2, 1.
Good evening, and welcome to Selectmen Ashland Select Board meeting for March 2nd, 2022. We apologize for the technical difficulties, but we believe we have them resolved. So in accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Chapter 30A, subsection 20, all public meetings are being conducted remotely following the requirements of the open meeting law. Please be advised that this meeting is now being recorded and broadcast live by WACA-TV.
Recording in progress.
And we thank you for all the efforts this evening. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are currently following the guidance from the Ashland Board of Health, the Mass Department of Public Health, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps for communities to take to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. The Zoom meeting, if you wish to attend, is 826-0879-9025. If you're using a phone, dial directly by 1-646-558-8656. And with that, we welcome you to tonight's meeting. Before we begin with citizens' participation, I'd like to ask the residents of Ashland who are here in attendance to join the select board in a moment of silence, showing a unified support for the Ukrainian people who are under siege from the Russian army. Our prayers and thoughts go out to you all, and we wish you all a very safe and quick resolve to this battle that you are facing this evening and in the weeks to come. Thank you. With that, I would like to open up the meeting at 7:16. And with that, open it up to citizens' participation. Who do we have this evening that would like to participate in this citizens' participation? I see Mr. DeSoni with his hand raised. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mark DeSoni, 49 Hawthorne Road. Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you.
You had big shoes to fill. That Brandy did a great job last meeting.
She did an excellent job. Not a great job. She did an excellent job.
Yes. And I'd like to thank you for how you started off with the moment of silence with Ukraine. And I'd like to just add a little thought to that, because I've been watching it. I watched it from the very beginning when when it was at the attacking points. I would like to ask either through the town manager or through the board, whoever wants to answer, how can this town show some solidarity other than a moment of silence? Because I'm asking that because I've seen Framingham, I've seen Sudbury, and a couple other towns. The citizens come out and show solidarity for Ukraine. How can this town do that? And does this town have a Ukrainian flag they can put up in front of the town hall?
I'll have Michael answer that with respect to the flag. Go ahead, Mike.
So I think, Mark, what people can do is, certainly on a personal level, what they can do is they can reach out to their representatives in government, let them know how they feel, both at the local, state, and federal level, if they so wish. There are several actions that you can take as people. You can choose not to purchase goods made in Russia or Russian affiliated goods. I've noticed, or I think I've seen something about vodka actually sales going down quite a bit. But that's obviously a personal choice. As a town, I'm not necessarily sure what we can do other than to encourage people to exercise their right to express themselves peacefully and civilly, and I guess we could do things like fly the Ukrainian flag. We currently don't have one, but I'm sure that one could be donated.
Okay, for that to go on that is, have you have you seen in the local newspaper, the pictures of the people in Sudbury and Framingham just standing out there in the protests and all that, and encourage some people peacefully do that same thing if they wish.
I know we have, I've seen pictures mostly of Boston, Mark, people marching in Boston. I do know that we've had some Ashland residents go and participate in those. And again, I would encourage everybody to exercise their right to demonstrate peacefully and civilly, like you said.
And it just comes down to what we have in this town is what people should live with, but not live in fear because one person wants to contact or attack because they feel the will they want to, because they are one person. We are a democratic liberty person. We should care, understand for what we have, for people who are being struggling and being rushed out. We just keep the eye on them. And the United Nations had their security vote of 141 to 5. And we should be like part of that United Nations vote as a town. And to understand that sanctions are starting to work with especially economic in Russia, but still stay on the sidelines out there and having Ukrainian people rush to the other countries, Poland and stuff like that. We should pray for them, for those safeties, because what we have, we should appreciate, but we also should appreciate the will to fight of what Ukrainians doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I will just add one more thing. We do have, quite a large Ukrainian or Russian and I think Ukrainian community members here, quite a large community. And I would encourage you to reach out to them as your friends and neighbors and see if there's anything that you can do to support them as they go through this period. A lot of them have friends and family still back there.
Absolutely.
And I think, I certainly think we as members of the select board in the town would be supportive if citizen groups came forward with ideas or thoughts, just like other towns have done, and to help. So
Federated Church the other night had a candle vigil for all those in Ukraine fighting the fight, and letting them know that we support them and we feel for them and in this time of need. And I know that other congregations within the community are doing the same thing or going to be doing the same thing. So hopefully that helps answers your peaceful way of letting people know that we're supporting them and not rioting in a negative way. Margie, you have your hand raised. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, Margie Gassell, 8 Adams Road. I have some questions about the conservation restriction for Valentine that may or may not be answered when you talk about it later. So I'm wondering, this is my only opportunity to speak.
We are going to be discussing the conservation restrictions. We will be taking questions and comments at that point.
Okay.
So if you want to hold on to those, that would be appropriate at that point.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All I ask is that comments and questions that you have with respect to the conservation restrictions deal purposely with the conservation restrictions themselves. Okay, so we are going to have a discussion. There'll be no vote taken tonight on that because this is a process that we're going through. Okay, so it's going to take a while to get everything that needs to get done and done correctly, because this is too big of an important project for it to just get rushed through. So I hope everybody understands that and appreciates the fact that that's what we're going to try to do. And we will be holding a public forum, but that'll be discussed when we get into that as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Robin. You unmute yourself, please, sir.
My wife likes me muted.
Rob, I'm not going to even go there.
So I can only stay on for a bit. And I know you and I talked about the forum. Our daughter's birthday's tonight, and we have a bunch of family members over. But I'm going to stay on for the conservation restriction, and then I'm going to have to go off. So if you can inform me about how important this public forum is for the Valentine Estate later on in the month, as we had discussed.
Not a problem. It will be.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Robin. Anybody else with respect to citizens' participation at this point? I don't see any other hand raised. We do have a hearing. We're running a little late. It was supposed to be at 7:15. And this is a request from Honto to review the request for modifying their entertainment license to extend the end time from 10:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. And with that, I did briefly see Ray in the audience. I don't know if Ray is still here. Ray, if you can identify yourself, show yourself on the screen. I see, there we go.
Hi, how are you, everyone? My name is Ray. This is the owner.
Hello.
Mei Shu Hong.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here today to extend our entertainment license.
Ray, can you explain the reasons why you would like to extend the your entertainment license? There are some new members on the board here that weren't on earlier. So if you could explain that, that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, just Joe, before we start, I think we have to formally open the public hearing, right?
Oh, you're right. You're right. My
You're
bad.
reading the legal notice, Joe.
And I don't have that in front of me. All I have is what was given to me.
Joe, I don't
Well,
believe.
actually, this isn't a real
public
hearing.
I
Yeah,
don't
there's
believe
no.
this is I don't believe this is a public hearing, Joe.
Okay, this is just a request.
This is a
Yeah.
request
Okay.
and a request for a change. So I think,
Okay, so it doesn't fall under the hearing statutes of,
no, and
Reading the,
no, it's unfortunate it didn't, because I do, one of the things that public hearings allow for is public notices, so that you have abutters that are aware of what is being requested. And, unfortunately, there's no abutters here tonight to speak either for or against the request.
so let me ask, would it be appropriate to ask for a public hearing regarding this matter and put it on for another date and time? So that way abutters would have the opportunity to speak for or against this request?
I think it looks like Susan has some information for us.
Great, Sue. I'm sorry.
The hearing was advertised and the abutters were notified.
They were, okay. So
Okay.
there, all right, so it is officially a public hearing.
Correct.
Okay, I don't have a copy of the notice to read.
It wasn't in our package.
No, it was not. I just have the application form. Okay, here we go. No, this is just the application form. I don't have the hearing request.
Well, if it was an official hearing and the notice went out, I move that we open the hearing based on the notices that went out that we do not have in front of us to approve and read.
All right, I'll accept that as a motion. Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Voice vote, please.
Greaves, aye.
Mitchell, I.
Here I.
Kinsman, aye.
Mignani, aye, so that's 5-0. Okay. Apologize for not having that that hearing notice for me to read, but I don't see anything otherwise that provides that to me. So, okay, Ray, if you would be so kind, I know you're asking for an extension for an hour. Can you explain the reasons why you think it's necessary to do that at this point in time?
Yeah, hi. Because my point is, we usually have the entertainment license until to midnight, And then, so I do understand we got some, issues before, but I did everything the chiefs asked me to do it, and I update the whole space, and then since like there's I don't know, it's been a while, but since that I don't have any complaint. I'm trying to keep everything, us just like by laws, trying to, and then the 1 hour has really been hurting us because we are customers get used to the time, and then usually we're just like we are, even though we're usually the customer will be coming late. That's why we're trying to back to the normal hours for us, and so that will be help us a lot though, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. I do have some history. Several of us from the current board have some history with respect to your request, Stephen.
No, just everybody signed the last license. Everybody was here.
Everybody's here. Okay.
So Joe, I just have, I guess, more some clarification, and Susan, if you can clarify this for us. So I'm looking at the documentation that was sent, and there is the request for modification. And the request for modification says local musical entertainment, Sunday through Saturday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Then on the bottom, it says the request for modification was filed. The request is to extend the hours of entertainment from 10:30 to 11:30. So is it 11 or is it 11:30? And if it's only low-key entertainment, then should we not be modifying the license that we all signed, which has to do with bands on the Fridays and the Saturdays and so on? So it's a little, there's some conflicting documentation here. So
Ray, can you help us out with that? What are you actually looking for?
Oh yeah, I'm asking for the the full band and entertainment time. I'm okay, but just like the acoustic license. That's why I've been I'm trying to extend it, because even though you give me a like until to midnight, like until to 12. So we are most of the time, we are not going to, going for the midnight, because I remember since last, I still remember, so I don't want you, I buy car by 2 minutes, because I did that, I did that, happens before. And this is what I'm trying to, trying to explain. And also, we don't have much like, entertainment, like acoustic stuff. Basically what we're talking about, just like karaoke once a week, basically. That's pretty much it.
okay.
So, and then so we do we do have a trivia, but they stop like around anyway between around 10. Yeah, that's pretty much. Latest is like 10:30. There's a done. So basically, what we're talking about, just pretty much like just karaoke once a week, and some, yeah, that's a pretty much, yeah. And then also, what I'm trying to, my point is, I did everything, the town asked me to do it, and since now on, I have no complaint, no issues. I just try to do the best, and then I have no problem right now, and so I just, and right on top of that, just we always have that time until to midnight, but that's why we'll just like, it's that 1 hour is hurting our business a lot though, especially karaoke.
Okay, I think I understand now. So thanks, Ray.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for listening to me though.
Any other questions from other board members?
Well, yeah,
Go ahead, Rob.
just, so Ray, so if I could summarize the situation, right now you have kind of Friday, Saturday, you get to pick 3, sometimes 4 days a month where you can be open to 11:30, right? And that's for the louder electronic music.
Yes, for the
So you're
band.
not asking for an
But
increase to that?
No.
No.
I'm not.
So this is what
You know,
other. Yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying just like, and you know, like I'm not going to extend the time. You know.
All right, but I think just to sum up though, I think you're requesting, and I guess it's, the phrase is low-key entertainment, low-key music entertainment for any night to 11:30, is that correct?
Like we lost him.
Ray?
That's my understanding, but yeah, it looks like we lost him. Oh, they're back.
I'm somehow being cut off. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
so
hear
did you
me?
hear my last question? So I'm just trying to confirm. So you're asking for any
Yeah.
night of the week to go to 11:30 with low-key music entertainment, which I guess we
Yes,
defined that, I
yes.
hope.
Yes, there's a low key entertainment. I'm not trying to.
So you're
I'm not
happy with
saying
the, you're
the
happy
band.
with the electronic, like Friday, Saturday night schedule?
Well, I mean, honestly, you know, I'm truly, if they can give me a midnight that way, it will be good. But I'm happy for 11:30 because we're gonna cut off the time pretty much like 11:30. You know, anyway, since that issue, so I'm trying to cut it off.
So Ray,
But,
could you,
you know,
yeah, all right, so could you specify certain nights that you would like to go to 11 o'clock, 11:30? And does this application specify the type of music? I guess it does. People would have to look at it.
Well,
It says that.
I don't know, but yeah, but you know, I'm pretty much like a Wednesday for right now. Wednesday for karaoke night. They're pretty much for right now. Yeah, but
So you're not asking for just Wednesdays, though. You're
yeah,
asking
but
for
it
any
just,
night.
yeah, well, yes, that's what I'm trying to do, like low key music, entertainment. You know, 11. Yeah. So.
All right, so it sounds like this request for modification should be, all right. It's, I guess the bottom one says request for modification, extend hours of entertainment from 10:30 to 11:30. But it's about low-key musical entertainment, but then, as I think Steve said, the days of the hours are a little confusing there. So
honestly, yes, to me that's a little confused because I got sounds like I got too many entertainment licenses, you know.
All right.
But I know there's a board decision, so I just like that's why I'm trying to figure out, you know, what you know, I'm trying to stay on that point.
All right,
try to make
but when you
everything
say
right.
your business is being hurt, Ray, you're talking about Wednesday karaoke?
Yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering if we could narrowly focus on something like that to meet your needs, as opposed to a more broad-based every night, 11:30.
Yeah, I mean, just most of the time, most like karaoke's we do, and we also once in a while we have acoustic, low key music, like acoustic, because to me, if you know we're going to stop them at 10:30, I think, you know, to me, we're going to lose a lot of business because we are licensed until 1, and then they're going to stop 10:30, and then, you know,
So
every
Ray, is that
time when
always Wednesdays or are there other days besides Friday?
the karaoke is always Wednesday, but
Oh.
yeah, and then yeah, you know, because of the band, I did cut off a lot of band, which even the weekend, Friday and Saturday, we just put some like acoustic most of the time. We do have a band once in a while, but not like used to. So that's because the time wise, even though like acoustic for Friday, sometimes we have it, and then they stop 10:30, and then after that, everybody left.
Okay. So you're also asking for Friday, Saturday to always go to 11:30 instead of the 3 or 4. Of course, you're almost there now.
Yeah, I'm saying just like there's what do they call that? The entertainment license, right?
Yeah.
Just low key entertainment license. It is include the karaoke, right?
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
guess
that's
so.
what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm a little confused because I got 2 entertainment license. One is for the band for
Okay. So we're talking just low key.
Yes.
Do we,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, do we have a shared understanding of what low key musical entertainment is? Do we?
Well, that's, Rob, that's a great question, and that's what I was gonna have. The folks from the Honto to explain to me, because that was an issue when they first came to us regarding low-key music. It was gonna be all acoustical, without amplified music. Then it's since changed that it was amplified acoustical music. And then come back to the discussion of bands, and that's why we made the decision, how we made the decision with respect to having certain days, 3 to 4 times a month for the regular bands. And I think this is, in my opinion, this is a way to circumvent what we already have agreed upon. And my question with respect to it's hurting your business, I'm kind of curious as to your business is slowly coming back from COVID and the many issues of COVID that have affected not just your business, Ray, but everybody else's in not only in Ashland, but throughout the country. So
yeah, I get it.
So my concern is, if you're trying to beef up your business, and I mentioned this to you once before, people come for the music, but they also come for good food and environment. And if they can't enjoy the food that they're eating because the music is so loud that they can't hear themselves speak, there's a reason for them leaving. So, and we've had this discussion prior to, and I'm not trying to negate the fact that, you're a business person here in town. We appreciate you coming and staying in town, but there's also your neighbors who, at the last time we entertained this discussion, they were very vehement about the fact that, their peace of mind was disturbed. And, we had gone personally, myself and another board member, to listen to the different levels of sound. I'm not a sound mechanic. I am not a sound engineer, but it was loud. And and I'm sure hopefully all the requirements that the town has asked you to do are completed at this point. So, and one of the biggest concerns that I had was making sure that back door from the kitchen stayed closed, because the sound traveled through that back door and it was affecting a lot of the upper residents on Metropolitan Avenue. And I don't really want to rehash those discussions, because they were long and arduous over the fact that people's peace was being disturbed. And I don't want to have to deny this, but at the same token, I just need some better clarification as to what you're really looking for. If it's just Wednesday night for your karaoke to make it better for you, then I would support a one-night karaoke extension, but not every other night, not every night. So, and I don't know how the other board members feel. Go ahead, Yolanda.
So I have a question. I mean, every other time we've done this, we've made sure we've either had someone from the police department or some kind of a report to find out if there's been complaints. And, it's been I know we did this sometime after June
Mhm.
of last year, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think we said we were going to give it a year, and then we were going to follow up to see if there have been any complaints. I mean, and I don't have for me personally, if there's been no complaints, if things have been going well, and if it's going to help the business, I have no problem extending it to the hour, to the 11:30.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's been no complaints.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, Steve.
Guys,
So Joe,
right.
I feel similar to Yolanda. I would just suggest that for the past 2 years, there hasn't been a track record to look at. I mean, we've
Right.
been through, the pandemic, and we still are through a pandemic. So I'm assuming that Ray didn't have much in the way of entertainment during that period of time. So, we don't know if there were, the likelihood is there were no issues because there was no activity going on. But, be that as it may, I think he does make a valid point of, trying to, regrow his business and so on. And I think we're only talking an hour.
Right.
And I think at the end of the day, if he, if he demonstrates, good business practices, then there's no issue. And if he doesn't, then he will be coming back before us. And,
Right. Right. I agree with that, Steve. So my recommendation tonight is, unless we have other information that tells us otherwise, is we extend, continue with the low key musical entertainment at Saturday to Sunday from 7:30, extended to 11:30, with a review in 6 months, and keep the other band stuff the way it is on the license that we're looking at. And if in 6 months things are going well and everything's smooth, then we can look at extending the other stuff. But right now, for me, that would be my recommendation.
So you wouldn't entertain asking the police department if there have been any issues?
He submitted this request in November, from what I can see, right? The first request on the paperwork that we got was submitted in November of 21. December, January, February, that's 4 months. So shame on us for not following up and checking with the police once we got this. So my feeling is, and maybe we did, I don't know, but we don't have it in our packet. And maybe I should have made a phone call. Anyway, my recommendation is we approve the extension to 11:30 for tonight for the 6 day, for the 7 days for low key music like he has asked. And in 6 months, we review it, or if we get a complaint. And if we get a complaint, as Steve said, then he'll be back before us.
I would like a clarification to your proposal with respect to low-key music, and define what low-key music is.
I think, as you said, Joe, the last time we went through this, we had a discussion of what low-key musical entertainment meant. It was acoustic, it was low-key, it was 1 or 2 people, it was, it can be karaoke because it's not as amplified. We went through that discussion, and I would say,
okay.
if we're not sure, let's go back and look at the minutes from that meeting that probably had the detail of what low-key musical entertainment meant. We don't, for me, I don't need to rehash it tonight. I need,
All right,
again,
so I think,
my
yeah,
recommendation
that's a good
is
reminder. If
we
we did go
extend it.
through that. yeah.
Well, my recommendation tonight is they've waited as a business for us to put this on agenda. So let's extend to the 11:30 for Sunday through Saturday, low key musical entertainment, give him that extra hour. And as a stipulation, in 6 months, if there's too many complaints, or if we're hearing complaints, we bring them back and review it again. And
I agree. I agree with that.
done.
You think about it too, and 6 months from now, we'll be in September. And if there's any complaints from neighbors that have their windows open, or that, in the summertime, we'll hear about it. So that, to me, I think that's a good, because I don't think there would be any complaints, just because of the situation we've been in with COVID. And
I mean, as long as he's keeping his door closed like he's been stipulated to do, there, so.
We haven't
That's
had
where I'm
any
at.
My only reservation is that Ray seems to be saying that it really only wants it for Wednesday. So it's not clear to
No,
me that,
Do we
Rob,
really want to
can I
have to
say
monitor
something,
that,
Rob?
Rob? That we're gonna say, oh,
Well,
it's
Rob.
10:30, we gotta make
Well,
sure he's closed, or
all
11:30.
right, let's hear
you
from
know.
Ray. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Bert, to interrupt. One thing because like they confusing me for this acoustic, but I want to 11:30 because like I said
Yeah.
before, I don't want they are just like set up. I got caught by over 2 minutes. You know what? You got me what I'm saying. And then also that was before. I do understand that was my fault. And then I learned that though. But my point is, even though there's a 7 days, 7 days, 7 days, until to 11:30. I mean, I'm not doing that every day. That's one point, and another point. I mean, at least you have to give me a chance and see, if I still have that issues or not. And then third, I did improving everything, which is the town asked for. The chief.
Yeah, no, I
can
think
check
we
it out,
understand that,
and
Ray.
yeah, and then
Now, the only thing I'm asking you is, when I asked specifically what's important to your business, you said Wednesday night karaoke.
I mean, right now.
What about
This
what about other
Wednesday,
nights?
and then sometimes a Friday, sometimes Saturday we have some acoustic. Like.
But it's
So I
not
have to
generally
check
the other
out.
weeknights, and it's not Sunday. I guess
No,
that's
no,
what I'm
no.
getting at.
No,
So I
there's not
might,
ever, not every week. Not every
all
week.
right.
I
Yeah.
think we're nitpicking here if we're going to start to assign certain days and certain hours. I think give the business an opportunity to again, conduct business properly. And if he doesn't, he'll be in front of us again. And Ray, don't feel bad about being confused. I think we're all confused about what low-key entertainment is. And I think we need to, we need to define it in a much more definitive way.
All right. The only thing I'll say is I don't think it's nitpicking to define certain days. We've done that in the past, but I guess if people want to give them that chance, I'll go along with it for every night. I just think it might also be beneficial to say, okay, we'll try it Wednesday and Friday, and see, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and see how that works out.
Like I say, even I mean the license. I need to say every night, but even though every night we don't do that every night, like
All
even though you know what I mean, because like I don't want just stuck in there though. Sometimes we got some birthday party and they got like like acoustic or karaoke, and I stuck in it,
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean though, because. But we
What do you
won't
think, Mr.
like
Chair?
7 days away.
I'll entertain a motion at this point.
I move that we allow the extended from 7:30 to 11:30 for low-key musical entertainment for Sunday through Saturday.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Voice vote, please.
Reeves, aye.
Mitchell, I.
Sure.
Kinsman, I.
Vignani, I with the understanding, Ray, that
I get it.
I know you get it, but we don't want to come and have to revisit this because there's been a violation. Okay, so that's out in front of everything right now, so you know where we stand. Okay.
Oh,
And the reason why there hasn't been any complaints is because the place has been shut down because of COVID.
no, I get it.
Okay,
No,
I hope you
I
do.
get where you come from. I know where you come from, but like we've been doing the entertainment, it's been a while. So did you hear any complaint or you can check out with the chief? I did everything the town asked me to do it.
Right.
And
Okay,
I
Ray.
keep my word, everything. But
Okay,
why
Ray,
would you
you
not
don't
give me a
have, you don't
chance?
have to argue with me. I just gave you a heads up as to how it's gonna be.
Yeah,
if we
I'm
have
so
to-
sorry.
if-
I be
Please don't interrupt.
okay. Go ahead.
I gave
Sorry.
you a heads up as to what it's gonna be like if we have to meet again. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
It passed. Good luck, but I don't want to
right,
have
thank
to
you.
come back and revisit this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Yeah.
right.
Thank you for
Thanks,
all
Ray.
the board members.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good night. Yeah.
All
Bye-bye.
right. See you, Ray.
All right,
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. Up next. Um,
俾咗之後呢個報告
Thank you. All right. We're on to old and new business. Open up the BAA spring grant round with submission due back by April 2nd,
No,
2022.
Joe, we got an updated agenda. Discuss the conservation restriction for the Valentine
okay,
property.
that's
Got
right.
put to number 1.
That's right. That's right. I'm sorry. I have to go back to that. Yep. Okay, it's that time of night to discuss the conservation restrictions for the Valentine property, and I will turn it over to Stephen and Brandy.
To Brandy as well. So, our intent, we had, as your appointed subcommittee to work on a draft. We have met Brandy, would you say, I think, 5 times?
I think that's right. Yep.
So, and we have submitted a draft to the select board. I hope you've had an opportunity to review it. We did, when we completed the first draft, we did post it on the website. And then at our last meeting, we agreed to clean up some of the language that had no relevance to the document that we're looking to construct. I don't think it's necessary tonight to go through this section by section. I think the board needs an opportunity to review this, and I think it's advisable that we have that we do have legal counsel here when we start to discuss this more in depth in order to ask legal questions, in order to change language if need be. And so this is a process. I think, Joe, you did a good job earlier of explaining that this is just the beginning. This is a draft that is probably going to go through several iterations as it goes to our town council, and then it goes to the state for review, and it comes back to us. And as it gets melded into a document that is actually something that can be, that's legal and can be put out there for, in the attempt to find holders for the restrictions. So basically, the document that was in our packet had eliminated a variety of different sections that had no relevance to what we're looking to do. And as you read it, as you review it, clearly the most important sections are the sections regarding the prohibitions and the allowable uses. And so that's where all the meat and potatoes are. And so the document has got comments to it. The document has got, different questions that may apply for those sections as well. It's not a complete document by any means. Again, it's a first draft, and it needs to go through, a pretty extensive vetting process, both internally to the town with legal counsel and as well as the state. So, again, if the board has any specific questions about the process at this point, I think it's just premature to really get into nuts and bolts tonight without having a counsel here for a full-blown conversation. And then, I know, Joe, you had mentioned we're planning to do a public forum as well. And, so I think, again, any specific questions from the board that we can answer. I think at this point, as far as the subcommittee goes, I think we have, and Brandy, if you agree, I think we're at the point where we can be dissolved. and allow the board to now work on this document as a board. And we will have to conduct one more meeting in order to approve minutes. And after that, I think we would be ready to be dissolved. So again, any questions from board members, be glad to entertain.
Good, Rob.
I think Yolanda had her hand up first.
I'm
if that's
sorry,
all right.
Leland. You know
That's
what?
okay.
With your background, I can't
I-
see the hand. Go ahead.
Well, I can't, anyway.
That's all right.
um,
You're good.
So Steve, if I'm understanding correctly, we're not going to go into meat and potatoes of this tonight. This is for us to sort of look at and then talk through the process of how we're, when we're going to get together, how we're going to look at some of the meat and potatoes. Like, are we going to, okay, say at one meeting, we'll do section whatever, and then another meeting, we'll do another section. Are we going to have Lisa look this over to see what we can do with this or what changes or, there's a couple things that I was a little concerned about. And as you said, I won't bring them up tonight, but some of the stuff that couldn't be done versus some of the stuff that could be done. So
Yeah, I think, I think that's, pretty accurate. There's a lot to it. This is, I think most of us, maybe except for Brandy, and I don't know if Rob was on the board at the time, but, just recalling the Warren Woods CR and the amount of time and iterations it took to go back and forth between, the state and then the CR holder at that time. So
right.
again, this is a process, and it's not just, we have to be clear, it's not just our comments here, because clearly we're entertaining public comment on this.
Correct.
Because that's, we certainly don't have all the answers. We were very clear when we started this process that we were just culling the kind of the wish list that the public had identified for this property. And we tried to meld all that into this document. Lisa
Okay.
has reviewed it once. And, but again, that was strictly for our benefit as a subcommittee. I think it's important that she be here with the board in total to discuss it. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does.
And just to add to that too, we tried to pull in as much as we could from the work that the Valentine Committee had already done. And the members of the Valentine Committee were and actually lots of members of the public were very engaged and attended our meetings. So this has been sort of I think a good process. We haven't gone into sort of what the next steps for this is, but the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs has a program for getting this reviewed and approved, and there's sort of a step-by-step guide to working on this. And part of that, Steve mentioned a holder. We're gonna, this is going to be a concurrent process with working on getting a CR holder for these restrictions. So this draft won't be finalized until we get a holder for these restrictions as well. So, I just wanted to make sure to add that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members? Rob, did you have anything you wanted to
Yeah,
add?
I think you discussed a lot of what I was going to ask, but so just to kind of, this process is going to be separate from the Conservation Restriction Working Group that we're appointing. This won't be part of their charge. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say at this point, because we initiated this process as a board, I would say no. But that's not, I don't want to, suggest in any way that we're exclusive here. I mean, I think there's going to be plenty of questions that the public is going to have, probably plenty of thoughts that things shouldn't be in it that are in it currently, and so on. I think that's going to be an important part of this process. Again, all we did was take all of the, as Brandy said, the work that the Valentine Committee had done, as well as the public forums that we've had in the past, and kind of, you know, put it all together. Whether it stays there, that's to be determined.
And so at some point, yeah, I'm just trying to think ahead. So one of the things, so say at some point we, I guess, endorse or approve this conservation restriction, and then we kind of put it out there to see if there's holders that are interested, and presumably there would be some sort of negotiate. They might say something like, we want to add this, or we don't like this, right? They would have to agree.
Absolutely.
So, but the idea is for us to put something out there after review and approval, and try to see who wants to sign on to it.
Right. So my feeling, Rob, is, you know, we had to start somewhere, and, you know, it may be very difficult to find a CR holder based on what we've put together in a document, and we may need to modify it because of that. And so, I mean, again, this is a work in progress, and, you know, this is just the first step.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or concerns that board members may have?
Joe, the only thing I would ask is I would ask that the document that's in our backup be put onto the website so that folks can have an opportunity to look at it. This is the redlined version.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we can do that. Susan, can we get that posted for tomorrow? Put it up there on the website so folks can start reviewing it and getting their questions as well, because I'm sure there's going to be multiple questions with respect to this. I am going to go back to, if she's still on. Oh, Catherine, I will get to you in 1 second, but Margie earlier in citizens participation had asked a question. So Margie, I'm going to call on you if you have a question or two with respect to what we're talking about.
I think you might have answered my question by saying that there's a second draft that you're going to post tomorrow, because I suspect that what I have been looking at is not that, because it looks more like a template and it has different paragraphs in different colors. And I was going to ask what those colors mean.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
Margie, I don't know if you were on the last subcommittee meeting or not, but we did talk about cleaning up that template and eliminating all of the, you know, the items that had no relevance to our situation. So
okay.
when you see this draft posted, I think it'll make it understandable.
Yes, thank you.
You all set, Margie?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Catherine. Good evening.
Hi, Catherine Durzick, 11 Rodman Road. So I keep hearing about the conservation, but I'm a history major, so I'm concerned about the historic restriction as well. And I know they go hand in hand. So I kind of want to, if that's a completely separate topic, I don't think it is how that's going. I think the holders, it scares me that we keep doing this in fits and starts and not marrying up the search for a holder. Because I think we got to see Yolanda's video of the barn from the WACA around the clock, and it's an amazing barn, right? But there's holes in the roofs, and it doesn't mean I don't think we necessarily have to get the conservation restriction before we fix the roof. But if we're doing some ideas floated around as a full takedown and rebuild, we certainly do have to have that. And I'm concerned of just the timing if we keep not valuing this beautiful old barn and making that the priority of what to do. So I guess it's historic, it's holders and how that's married up, timeline, which I've brought up every meeting that we had. The subcommittee, I think it was on most of those. Another thing is that the last subcommittee meeting, it was voted to pursue asking to reverse the Article 97 land. I don't think I've heard that discussed or on a select board agenda, but I guess it's sort of related to this topic as well. And I'm wondering where that stands and how that fits in with this whole thing.
Sure. So I'm gonna let Brandy speak to that, but Kate, I don't recall if we took a vote, maybe we did, about pursuing a discussion about Article 97. Nobody has decided one way or the other. The question is it a redundant form of restriction to have both an Article 97 designation and a conservation restriction, let's say a conservation / historical restriction, because you're right, they go hand in hand in this case. So that is really what we discussed. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't have a position, but I think it's deserving of a conversation, and that's really what Brandy and I talked about. So Brandy, you want to amplify a little bit?
Sure. So just to kind of give a little bit more context of what Article 97 land entails. So the wording for the warrant when we voted in May 2018 to purchase this property and how the deed was filed specifies that the land is to be used for open space and parkland, which designates it as Article 97 land. So when, and just to give kind of an idea of, Kate had mentioned that there's been some discussion about what we potentially could do to lift that Article 97 land designation, because we will have the conservation restrictions and the historical preservation restrictions on the property. So those will be intact no matter what. So to Steve's point, the Article 97 designation could be redundant. I don't want to get into like a huge conversation about that, because that's kind of why we want our town council here, because I think that's more of she's done a ton of research on it. But if we would pursue lifting Article 97 designation, it's actually a very, very big lift. We would need to not only have a vote from the select board, we'd have to have a unanimous vote from the Conservation Commission. We'd need to have a town meeting vote. We would need to have a holder in place before we would even kind of go through this process, because it would also need to go to the legislative branch and have them approve it, but they won't approve it for a home rule petition until we have a holder in place. And we'd also have to do a land swap. So we would have to designate another parcel in town as Article 97 if we were to remove this. So to Steve's point, so what Attorney Mead had drafted some language, a special act, if we wanted to pursue converting the parcel from open space and parkland to municipal purposes. And that was what we had shown in draft form at our last subcommittee meeting. But it really is something that we want to have town council here to really talk through the specifics on that. So I think that the Article 97 discussion is not, we will have that discussion. And I think that's also a bigger discussion. We've been talking about having a public forum, and I think that is part of that discussion, because if we do decide to move forward with that, then that has to be a town decision. It's not the select board making that decision. It's really needing the town to be behind that decision.
Yeah. If I could just add, Brandy, I would just say that really the biggest priority here is the conservation / historical restriction, not the Article 97 discussion. It really isn't. I mean, I think that's something we need to back burner at this point and really focus on the restrictions and working and finding agreement and common ground on that document.
And finding a holder, like that's going to be a huge, you know, that will be a huge thing for us to
Yeah.
do. So.
Well, and I just think that it is relevant if we know that a holder is not probably going to be the simplest thing, although there might be people. And then if this is floating around this Article 97, that's going to make it even harder. But if it's actually doing the same thing, I'm personally okay with belts and suspenders, and that's how we voted to buy it. So I do have concerns when I hear about that, and it doesn't sound like it's a dead issue. And I also just I think that has to be not hidden, and I think that needs to be very transparent. If that's still at all spending any taxpayer money, talking to our town council about that.
So I would also say, just, you know, you were talking about taxpayer money. One of the issues with Article 97 designation is this: it does not allow us to sell or allow a long-term lease for the property. And so that does restrict the use of how we can utilize the property. So, you know, where that comes into play is you know, funding for the renovations. If we were looking for a public-private partnership, it limits those options. So, you know, so again, this is part of a bigger discussion. And so, you know, I definitely appreciate where you're coming from, because I wouldn't want to see anything happen to this property that wasn't part of the intention, which is to restore and renovate and preserve the property. So, and I think all of us on the board would agree with that.
Yeah, and so these are distractions though that don't push it forward. And I honestly, my comments are coming from because I saw that video of how spectacular it was. I hadn't actually seen the barn, and that is a spectacular property that needs to be used by the public. And we can get there, and we can get there a very long path and turn it into 4 more years, or we can get there a quicker path. And I think it's in everyone's interest to just celebrate this amazing property, and we have to do that. And these things just slow it down and get distractions about accomplishing it. And I don't think that that was anyone's intention, but that is very clear that's what's happening when those things get thrown up, and it's not going to help get a holder. And I think everyone agrees that needs to be the primary. Get the holders done so we can figure out next steps.
Well, I think we, you know, for the sake of not being redundant here, I think we agree that the primary concern is the restrictions and finding a holder. So,
Awesome.
So rather than get bogged down anymore with Article 97 discussion tonight, I think, you know, let's table that for now.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
We did hear from citizens as we were going through the subcommittee process, how important it was to have a public forum. And so, you know, I know Joe had said, you know, that was the intention. And I think, you know, Steve and I would make that recommendation as well. And we can lay out for everyone what has been done, what the next steps are, how we are going to get there, and what the options are. So, and then just get public input. So. That would be my recommendation for us to set a date in the very near future for that.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Robin, I see your hand raised. Go ahead, sir.
I think I'm unmuted, Joe. Can you hear me?
You're fine. Yes, we can.
Unfortunately, you can, right?
No.
So I am, as you know, I am very passionate about this property. I have been for years, my wife and I, family. And really what we have to look at is not getting bogged down, as Kate has mentioned, with the conservation restriction. We can move forward with the renovation of the barn. And people really want to see something happening there. Whether it's cleaning up the roof, whether it's cleaning up the stumps, it just, people have to be informed. And I think it's getting there. I think slowly we're moving forward and everyone's working together to get the public informed and the Ashland residents informed. It's been sitting there for 4 years with no one knowing what's going on. The cabling, no one knew what was going on. And I know this is about the restriction, but I'm going to get my 2 cents in a little bit here. We have to keep Ashland residents informed of what we have there and what we're doing. People have been frustrated. People have been fighting each other. Let's stop fighting and let's work together.
Thank you, Robin. I don't disagree with your overview about the lines of communication. I agree that they could be better. And we're working on it. You and I have had several email conversations back and forth about forums and the lines of communication, and that was the beginning. And I know Michael has done his best to provide as much information as possible on the website, and maybe we need to do a better job on that. And Mike and I have had this discussion very recently and several times about other matters, not just the Valentine property, but other topics of town interest. And we need to do a better job of promoting ourselves as to what we're doing within the community as a whole, so everybody is aware of what's happening and how it's going on. And I know that we're trying. Far from perfect. I still have an eraser on my pencil, so I don't know about anybody else, but I know I do. So we're working on it, and we're trying to do it diligently and factually, and not provide misinformation, but information that will be beneficial for everybody. So I don't know if Michael wants to comment on that or add to the conversation. He's saying no, so that's good. It's good, Stephen.
I just wanted to suggest, Joe, that we, find out when Lisa is next available to spend time at a board meeting, and so that we can start to dig into this more specifically.
I don't disagree, and I think that hopefully we can reach out to her when she has availability in her busy schedule. Kate, you have your hand raised again. I'm not sure if it was from a prior comment, or do you have another question or comment?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I will try.
No, that's
to find
okay.
the,
I just
feature to
don't
put
want
it down. Thanks.
I don't want you to think that I'm not ignoring you in any way.
No, I appreciate, Giselle. My 2 cents of these remote meetings have to be very hard for you, because I kick myself out sometimes, and you have to keep watching all this stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, and especially with my eyesight. So yeah.
You should have seen the beginning, Kate. It was really fun.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
no,
the
I was
same-
here for that, but you guys persevered on that too. So
It's at the
good for
same
you.
place you did the raise your hand, Kate.
Yeah.
Go to that
thanks.
same reactions and it says lower hand.
Yep. At this point, Steve and Brandy, are you good with your presentation? Is there anything else you would, either one of you would like to add?
I would just ask Brandy, if you feel we're ready to be dissolved as a subcommittee, I would ask the board to do so, subject to one last meeting to adopt the minutes that we have. So maybe we haven't set a meeting date. So maybe what we should do is at our next meeting, we can agree on a date to hold the, approve the minutes, and then between now and then the committee can be dissolved officially at the next meeting.
Do you want to hold off until we have the public forum, or do you want to?
No,
Okay.
No, we can be dissolved after we pass our last set of minutes, and then we should be able to do that between now and our next meeting.
Okay, if Brandy's agreeable to that, then that's a recommendation that we'll take up at our next meeting.
That works for me.
Good.
That works for you? Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Brandy. And thank you all for participating in questions. They were good questions. Seeing that we're still on this topic with the Valentine property, I think it may be prudent to ask the board, and I know that I don't think there's any disagreement about having a public forum. I think what I would like to ask is, when should we have the public forum? Should we have it soon, at the end of March or the early April, to get things going? Do we need time to collect additional information to provide to the public, so that way when we have a public forum, and there will be, I'm sure, a multitude of questions and concerns, we should be able to have the answers readily available for them, along with town council to be present as well to answer some of the other legal issues that may come as a result of this.
Yeah. I would suggest, Joe, that we have at least our first meeting with Lisa as a board, and then we can pick a date for a public forum.
Okay. All right. I would entertain that we have this meeting sometime, I said late March or end of March, early April. I would not want to have this meeting any later than our first meeting in April, if at best, or even at the second meeting, because of this, because we have a lot of things that need to get done, but I want to make sure that we have enough time to gather that information and provide a public setting, and hope that at that point in time, we'll be back to live meetings. We can utilize probably the community center for people to attend, to have questions and be public instead of doing virtual Zoom meetings. And I don't get your thoughts on that, folks, as well.
Yeah, I think if we can get Lisa committed to, let's say our next meeting, then we can keep to that timeline if that's what you're interested in doing.
Okay.
So are you talking about a separate public forum or during one of our meetings?
No, a separate public
All right.
forum. Yeah, not to be part of our meeting, but a separate, that way we can dedicate all the time and effort to this matter.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea to have a meeting with Lisa, because we need to come out of it with, I think, some kind of position or at least definition of what we're asking for. If we, to go to the Article 97 discussion, if we're going to keep pushing that, we need to have our act together as to exactly why it's so necessary, because it is a long and arduous and time-intensive process.
Yeah.
So, Michael, would it be possible to have Lisa attend our next meeting on the 16th?
Actually writing her right now. So there the 16th could be a good date, because there might be a couple of other issues that we could benefit from her expertise on.
Good.
Okay. All right.
Good.
So
Thanks
are we
again,
good?
Joe.
No, thank you all.
So there's
go ahead.
still someone with a hand up, and we have a lot of people. Did no one else want to comment or give thoughts or feedback on this
We just
tonight?
on here.
Where was,
Mark Dasoni has his hand up.
okay, I'm going back to the page where Mark is. Okay, go ahead, Mark. I didn't see your hand raised earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yolanda, for recognizing me, and thank you for getting me on. And I just wanted to comment and say this discussion was very fruitful, very understandable. And I know that the subcommittee must have gone through a pretty good amount of meetings and agenda items and to get things going to get it this far. But I also know that you're going to need Lisa to help you cross the T's and dot the I's for this. So I can understand everything that came through. And you had Kate on, you had Robin on, and all that would like to see in front what's going to happen before the dotted I's and the crossed T's. And I'm the person for the devil for the details in the background to make sure the front ground is correct when it's presented. So you're not going to put the horse in front of the cart. You're not going to put the cart in front of the horse. So this is what all this was good for. And to you, Mr. Chairman, to Yolanda, I saw the around the clock with town manager about the house and the barn and all. Yeah, I never was a fan of this process, but I'm still not really. But I like the idea of trying to redo a house that's historical and that has a reason to be redone and flip over the work on and get things working again. And the idea to all this is to get it working and get the people's eye on what's going on, what's in front of them, and to detail everything. So I'm working on my mind to say it's a good idea, but yes, let's dot the I's and cross the T's to get Lisa involved and everybody get it all said and detailed and a finished product before I bring it out to public forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the comments. I do not see any other hand raised. So, and I've been flipping back and forth to see if I'm missing anybody, but I don't see anybody at this point in time. So I would suggest that, have you heard back from town council on your email?
No.
No, okay. I would, if we don't meet in, if we don't have this public forum in March, I would like it to be early April. So if that's amenable to all of you on the board, we should try to look for a date at this point in time, so that way we can start working to get this public forum on the move and ready to roll. So if you can take a look at my time frame is open.
Yeah, can
Being
we send you
retired.
dates, Joe?
I'm sorry.
Can we send you dates? Can we look at our?
Yeah, if you want to
calendars?
send me dates, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
All right. And hopefully by that point in time, we're back to a full, live meeting schedule, and folks, if they would like to attend, because I don't want to have what happened at our meeting earlier this evening with technical difficulties and not being able to have people hear or see what is happening. So we need to get those resolved before we have this public forum.
Mr. Chair, in terms of just kind of scheduling, we kind of like looking at off Wednesdays or something like that.
It doesn't have to be a Wednesday. No.
Okay, could be other days.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Whatever is easier for all of you. Now, I know it's not easy for all of us, but at the same token, it doesn't have to be scheduled on a Wednesday.
7 o'clock and yeah, all right.
Yep. All right.
great. Thank
So
you.
keep that in mind. So thank you. I appreciate that. And, I think it's something that has to get done and needs to be done. So with that, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is the advised agenda item. Now I can go to the BAA scholarships and spring grant round. I believe the applications are online and submission is due back by April 2nd, 2022. I don't believe there's anything else I need to add to that unless Susan wants to remind me of something that I may have missed.
You got it all, Joe. Good job.
That Prevagen is working. That's all I can say.
So just a quick question, Joe, to the board. Actually, Rob and I have been the traditional subcommittee for that, and I believe we're both willing to continue in that role.
Oh, all right.
Do I hear a motion to keep the BAA subcommittee as it has been? I'd be
So
entertaining.
moved if they're willing to accept that.
I'll second that.
All right.
All right.
Are you willing, Rob?
Yes.
We're twisting
Okay.
your arm. So all those in favor, voice vote, please, because we are virtual.
Reeves, aye.
Mitchell, I.
There, I.
Kinsman, I.
Mignani, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. And I know at our last meeting, it was discussed about having to do annual scholarships again. And I would definitely love to be involved in it again. I've been involved in it for a number of years, and I would appreciate it if I could join the ranks with Yolanda again to do the.
I think we voted that.
I think we said that last meeting. I don't know if we
did
voted
that,
it, but
yeah.
we said that you and I would continue.
Yeah, you weren't there,
Oh.
Joe. We
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
happens when you're not available.
Right.
Right. You just get pushed right.
And it's
into
going to
it.
be
Okay.
we got rid of the gender definitions.
Yeah.
too.
Okay. All right. Good. So
Yeah.
it's just 2 scholarships, the 2
Correct.
worthy students. Okay. That's good. Okay. Very good. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. And I apologize for running a little late, but I think the discussions that we had were very important and were prudent at the time. So, Mr. Town Manager, town meeting warrant, the deadline for notice of intent is March 4th, 2022. Would you like to explain why it's that date and what warrants articles can be posted or submitted at that point?
Well, how about I tell you what we have so far?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so currently we have about 10 articles or notices that they're going to be that equate to about 10 articles on the warrant. So obviously we have our regular ones like the budget, capital, our annual consent article, our CPC annual consent article. And we also have a few others that are not routine or not standard. One is adding a little bit more money to the business incentive program, because we've got a couple potential businesses that could utilize that, and we have expended our current budget, so we would need an appropriation from town meeting to spend more. Another is the Historical Commission has notified us that they may have a change to the demo delay bylaw. And it relates to the age of structures and making it more dynamic as opposed to static. So instead of having a fixed date, utilizing like a rolling date, so like 50 years ago or 40 years ago, to that effect. We also have, I think we need to make a decision as to the net zero plan and whether that's going to be a town meeting vote or whether the select board is going to handle that. We also have 3 zoning related articles. So first being the inclusionary zoning bylaw, and then a couple of very small design review changes. So that is what we have so far. As you noted, Joe, that the notice of intent deadline is this Friday.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Question on that, Mike, is that a how can I say, is that like a kind of a consideration date, or is it a drop dead legal date? I mean, how should people look at that, or how should we look at that date? I know you've in the past said you don't like it when people don't give you a heads up about warrant articles. Is this a formal date, that deadline, that if it's missed, then we can't consider it as a warrant? Or
no, there's no statutory requirement that it has to be done by that point in time. It's a guideline. It's something that we try to utilize so we can have the ability to put together everything that we need to and have the hearings that we need to, that are required by statute, make sure that we can do that in time.
And going to your point about the net zero plan. So really, I think, we've had some discussions with the sustainability committee, but I think they need to, or at least communicate by Friday, I think is what you're saying, what their intention is for the Springtown meeting. Is that pretty much?
That would be ideal, yes.
And I think based on, I mean, this is just informal discussions, I think there's a real question that they will put it on the warrant, that, they're looking at alternative methods, as I think we've kind of discussed here. So
okay,
that's a good reminder to them, to Ash and the rest, that try to get some kind of statement out if they're, about their consideration for the spring meeting.
Intentions. Agreed.
Hey, Michael, just one question that's really not part of the warrant, but the town meeting itself. Are we going to hold a live meeting? And will it be at the school? Have we made those determinations and preparations for that?
We have the dates scheduled. Our intention is to have it at the school, just like we did the last one, start going back to more routine or what was previously routine town meetings.
Okay.
Or,
just want to prep
logistics,
people for that,
I should say.
Okay. I just want to make sure people are prepped and ready for that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns regarding the town meeting warrant deadline? I think we're pretty good with that. No? All right. Let's go to our next agenda item, and that's review the building gas and electric permit fees. Something that hasn't been looked at in quite some time, and has been taken on by this administration and financial management team. And I'll leave it to Michael or Jen, or the both of you.
Sure. Well, this is we brought this before the board, I think at the last meeting, and discussed it, and wasn't going to ask for a vote at that point in time, but got some clarification from the board on what they would like to see in terms of clarification of the fees. So we took a shot at revising that, trying to make it a little bit more readable and digestible. And we actually worked on it a little bit more today and sent that out. And hopefully you've had a chance to review it. essentially what we're asking is for the building permit fees to increase from 10 per 1,000 to 15 per 1,000 on the building permit fees. And we provided a comparison that shows you currently, like I said, we're at 10. Some other communities are at 10, but some are at 15 as well. Some are at 12. And then we also are looking to clean up some of the other fees that we have and make sure that they're being done properly. When I say proper, I mean by a select board vote and authorization. So those are the building permit fees. If we go through the electrical fee, and again, I hope you don't mind that I'm not going to go through every single one of these, unless you want me to.
I was anticipating that.
Okay.
No.
All right. I won't do that. So our currently existing fees for electrical fees. So if you look at the single family residences, it looks like, so we're changing that from a flat fee to a $15 per $100 worth of value with a minimum. And the chart goes on to show you, basically we're making similar changes throughout the electrical table. And then if you look at Ashland,
Michael, you meant 1,000, 15 per $1,000, right?
Yes.
They all say 15 per 100.
Per 100.
Sorry about that.
Yikes. Yeah.
No, I believe 100 is right. When you look at the cost of a, let's look at a major appliance. So what's a major appliance? A refrigerator. So, I mean, I think it's probably 100.
No, I thought he was talking about the residential additions and all, 15 per 1,000. Were you on a different section?
That's on the building permit fees. So if you're talking about electrical, Robert, you're talking
Looking at
about
the electrical.
for 100,
okay.
So
like
the
100
top
amp
section.
Like 100 amp service. So, let's say.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's say.
no, I was back on another one. Okay.
So if 100 amp service costs $1,000 to install, is the fee going to be $150?
let me double check on that, Steve, just
Okay.
to double check and make sure.
Yep.
Everything
Oh,
else
yeah.
is 15 per 1,000. So I
Right.
assumed it was
Yeah.
a
Okay.
typo.
Okay.
Good, Steve.
And then moving to gas, like currently with new homes, we do, the existing fee structure is for gas $100, and that covers 3 inspections. We're looking at moving it to 150, which would cover any and all inspections that would be necessary. That's the main one. Going down to new construction for commercial. Again, we have $150 per 3 inspections. Again, that whole 3 inspection setup or scheme, and moving to 200. So I could go into each one in detail. But any questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Well, Brandy had her hand up first. So I'm going to defer.
I have to keep looking at that little hand. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandy.
That's okay. That's all right. No problem. Thanks, Steve. So I had a couple questions. The first page of our backup where it compares the towns, I think it got cut off. So I was curious what towns were at 15 as well.
So Wayland, I'm sorry if it did get cut off. Wayland, several of their categories are 15 per 1,000. Some are at 12 per 1,000. Natick, and then Framingham.
Great, thank you. And like you had mentioned at the last meeting when we first started talking about this isn't a case where we're trying to generate more revenue. It's more about the fees more accurately reflecting the actual services provided and how we're compensating our inspectors and things like that, correct?
Correct. So our inspectors are currently paid $25 per inspection. We're looking at boosting that up to $30 per inspection. They have not been raised in years, if not decades, or over a decade. But you're right, Brandy. I think in the last at the last meeting, we talked about all the technical requirements, all the educational requirements that are necessary now. It really takes a lot of time to explain some of the code to homeowners and even contractors sometimes. And they are changing. I think since I've been here, we've already had 2 iterations of the building code. Obviously, we're looking at another iteration coming up soon, but then there's variations of that known as the stretch code. And actually, it looks like they're becoming variations of the stretch code as well, or will be here pretty soon. So all of that, there's a lot of technical requirements for each one, and this would cover that.
Thanks. And thanks for putting this together. This is a much cleaner version than I think what we looked at a couple weeks ago. So thank you for doing that.
Well, you're welcome. I have to give the credit to Susan and Doug for that.
Great, Steve.
Okay, so Michael, I think on the plumbing and gas fees, was particularly I'm looking at the commercial fees. So it looks like you're going from new construction 150 to for 3 inspections to 200 for unlimited inspections.
Yes. So if we need to go back out there.
All right, so I would, and then there's an additional inspection just below that for $50. So I'm not quite sure how that all fits together. And it just seems like that is relative to commercial inspections or construction where, it's much more involved. I'm wondering if that's a little light in terms of a fee structure, but, I'm assuming everybody did their homework there, but that, is it 200 for unlimited? Or is it 200 for what? And then what triggers the additional inspection fee?
No, it's unlimited, and I can't tell you why we have the additional inspection fee here.
Michael, I might be able to add, I think the extra is in case there were issues that weren't corrected. So it's, not sort of the typical inspections, and then there may be some issues that have to be corrected. You go back and they're fixed. But I think it was for those things that might be reoccurring as just a way to have an option to put in an additional fee, obviously, if it's based on sort of a reoccurring issue.
Okay.
Go ahead, Yolanda. I see your hand.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. This is it was much easier to look through this and understand it. I just want to have, if you could, get back to us and clarify in those electrical ones at the top, is it 15 per 100 with a minimum of 25?
15 per 1,000.
Which makes much more sense than 15 per 1,000, right? To Steve's point, a major appliance, 15 per 100 with a minimum of 25 makes much more sense. Otherwise, most of them would probably be a minimum of 75. So, but if we could just verify that, but everything else makes sense. And yeah, unfortunately, it did get cut off. But because I don't always necessarily think we want to do what Framingham is doing, but knowing that places like Wayland and Natick are looking at that, and I'm sure other towns will look at it as well now that we're looking at it. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions or concerns?
We are looking to approve this tonight.
Please, if you're so inclined.
Okay.
I move-
With the modifications that need to be made, though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
with clarification.
Right.
I move that we approve the fees as presented for building, electrical, and plumbing.
Plumbing and gas. Yeah.
And gas. And thank you to Michael and the staff for reviewing and presenting.
I'll entertain a second.
Second.
Voice vote, please.
Greaves, aye.
Mitchell, aye.
Here, I.
Insman, aye.
Vignani, aye. And again, thank you for all the work in preparing this and getting it ready for the town. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a very short, quick couple-second question?
Because it's you, Mark, go ahead.
It says on the agenda after Honto, there's a renewal for cable for Verizon and Comcast.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk
It
about
has,
that?
it was
We had-
pulled, Mike.
Yeah,
It
we
wasn't-
adjusted the
Pulled that.
agenda.
Yeah, we adjusted the agenda.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. You're welcome. No, I didn't forget it. Okay. All right. Next, the consent agenda. Everybody's had the opportunity to look at the minutes from the 16th.
Motion to approve as presented.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. All those in favor, voice vote.
Greaves, aye, and thank you to Mark for his work on the Sustainability Committee.
Mitchell, I.
Chair, I.
Kinsman, I.
Vignani, aye. And thank you, Yolanda, for pointing that out. Yep, Mark did a lot of work and we greatly appreciate it and wish him well. Thank you for his service. Okay, we'll go to priority project updates. And I will turn this over to Mr. Herbert, Mr. Town Manager.
Thank
Transit
you.
Rail. Good luck.
Oh, well, I do have an update on the UGC development. They did have a hearing, UGC and Bob Gaynor, the landowner. As you know, they have a dispute regarding their purchase and sale agreement. They did recently have a hearing in Superior Court. The judge has taken, both parties' arguments under advisement and hopefully will render a decision soon. So hopefully we'll see some movement on that. And that's what I have for the RTD. Anybody have any questions? I'll move on to downtown.
Just wait and see what the judge decides, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're like with many things we're involved in, we're at the mercy of the courts to let us know what they're thinking when on their schedule, as you could say. Downtown, I have a few updates. So a couple of things. First of all, when we did the bids, we were looking at actually reusing as much granite curbing as possible. After getting an idea of what that actually would look like, we're going to look at actually just doing all new granite. So we're going to get pricing for that and see what that looks like. Hopefully that could be taken out of our contingency. And I think a lot depends on what the number comes back in, but we've got the quantities for each, and we have what the bid prices are. So we should just be able to calculate that fairly quickly. Currently, what they're doing is they are still doing some utility infrastructure, but they're also working on some of the signals. The traffic signals. One thing that's happening that's a little bit causing a bit of a delay is we're waiting on Eversource on coordinating a meeting regarding some of the new utility poles. So just to clarify, I know probably many of you are thinking like, wait, we're removing utility poles. Why are we talking about new ones? But we need to place new riser poles for when the utility lines actually come up from underground and attached back to the poles. So we'll need to have pole hearings, associated with those and follow that process.
And Michael, can you just remind me and maybe other people, where exactly are the utilities going to start going down and where are they going to start coming back up?
So at Myrtle Street, at the intersection there of Pine Hill. So start
Okay.
going down there. It'll emerge on actually the south side of Main Street. So south of the connection with Homer and Summer.
Okay.
And then emerge also on Front Street over near where Ashland Lumber is.
Okay. And then is there anything going down Summer?
There's nothing going down Summer.
Okay.
So, or Homer. So
Okay.
you can look at that maybe in a future phase after
And
we.
have we gotten any timing on the work under the tracks that they had talked about, but then got delayed or pushed out?
Still hoping for the spring. Still working with Keolis. We have signed their license agreement. We've done everything that's on our part. We're just coordinating with the T and Keolis right now and Eversource.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I do have one question with respect to the coordination, and thank you, Yolanda, for reminding me to ask this. I understand that a general contractor who's doing the work there was ready to do some digging near a major area that had all our underground electrical railroad signals in that area. And I guess people have different maps. Has that been corrected? And is everybody working on the same page? Because that I can see that becoming a problem in delays and extra costs if they damage something.
Well, you're absolutely correct. There were different, as you say, maps, different plans that had different utility sets on them. So we had asked the T in Keolis if they would give us what they had in terms of where their utilities or their specific utilities were located. And they said they didn't have any locations that we should be concerned with. So fortunately, we were pretty, I guess, diligent and pretty careful when we started to do some work, and did uncover that the fact that there was some utilities there. But yeah, everybody's now working from the same page. So that's
okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And we appreciate Mr. Duca for everything that he does for us. So any other questions?
Good with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mike, this is, as long as we're in downtown, do you want to talk a little bit about the demo permit application? Is that appropriate? Or, I mean, I could save it for board reports. I think it's worth a board discussion if people are so inclined.
At this tonight?
I guess that's my question. If you think no, I mean, I just thought it was an interesting interchange, and I'm referring to the demolition application by the developer of the mill building. So we don't have to talk about it now. I mean, I think it's just a process that's kind of important, a little surprising, and hopefully it'll turn out a little better than it's starting. But
yeah, I think it'd be premature to have a discussion about it now, but I would also say that I will also say that the demo application was pretty premature too. So,
okay.
Thank you. Moving on to public safety and Mendez. Jen and Joe and Steve, do you want to discuss public safety?
Well, the windows are in, they're looking pretty good. Makes that building look totally different for sure.
Yeah.
I was not available for that last meeting, so I will hand it over to Steve and Jen, who gave me a brief update, so I appreciate that. But Steve and Jen, you want to?
Yeah. Well, they're moving. I mean, Jen can certainly speak, much better to the day-to-day progress there. I mean, it seems that they're moving, pretty quickly indoors. They're putting up sheetrock. Looks like they've tented a good section of the outside in order to put brick on the building. Jen, it seems like they're going great guns. I did reach out to Bill Nangle from Vertex to schedule another tour, Joe. So, Michael, if you want to do a tour, I was going to put it out to the building committee and see if anybody wants to go along and get kind of an updated tour at this point.
That sounds.
Does the tour include the firing range, Steve? Okay.
Well, the tour includes the foundation for the firing range.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just being a smart aleck.
Well, we can show you the far end of the firing range if you'd like to take a look at that real close.
Uh-oh. No, I'm not going down there.
So, I don't know, Jen, what we have our next meeting is March the 15th. We do the third Tuesday of the month. And, we always get a monthly update from our owner's manager and the architects. And these reports are put up on our website, so anybody can review them. We go through budget updates, and change orders, all that good stuff. And what we're going to do at our next meeting is to hopefully vote to move a naming policy to the select board for ultimate adoption and approval. So I don't know. That's all I have. Jen, anything?
No, I think you guys covered most of it. I mean, we have staff working on doing a lot of the owner procured items. So working with our architect on furniture selection, and that's a huge package that will come. We just received the IT package, so we'll move that along. All of this is within the budget, and working to with the furniture, the layout, and the equipment necessary to run dispatch. So we're ordering all that now because there are huge lead times on these items, and so that they'll be ready when we're ready to move into the building.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Steve.
Yep, thanks, Joe.
That's it for the public safety building.
Yep, and then to be fair, Yolanda, you want to talk about the Mendez project?
I don't have an update. I know things are moving forward. The last meeting we talked about, we have another meeting next week where we're looking at some agreements and picking some of our subcontractors and stuff like that. So
yeah, and I
that's
don't
all
have
I have. I don't know. And I haven't been around to see what's going on over there. So
they're working pretty fast.
yeah.
I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at the progress and look what's going on, but yeah, I don't have anything more to add than what Yolanda has. Okay. I don't have anything on the 126 project at this time. In Valentine, I think we pretty much covered a lot of that, unless anybody had any questions. Or I will say the Warren Barn is not on here, but I will let you know that I have not yet received information from the state on how we can request the funds for that specific earmark that was appropriated to us by the legislature in their allocation of ARPA funds. I do have the one for the Riverwalk, so but I don't have the one for the Warren Barn yet. I do know that FSU, they had a separate earmark for the Warren Conference Center, specifically some sewer work. I know that they have been in contact with the state. So Dale and I actually shared some contact information, so I'll be reaching out and seeing how we can get our money in our coffers as well. So that's that. You want me to move into
Police search, Police Chief search? Be my guest.
Okay, so we did, our application period did close on the 28th, this past Monday. We in total received 12 applications. So Lisa and Jen and I reviewed those. We went through and saw, eliminated those who didn't meet the minimum criteria. And we will be forwarding 6 onto the screening committee, which will have its first meeting tomorrow, which is really more of a kickoff meeting. And to let you know, I think I've mentioned this before, the people who are on the screening committee include retired Chief Gunfriday, retired Fire Captain Michael Brogan, Izzy Asenko, Makita Keegan, Superintendent Adams, and Fiona Sarer. And so I'm looking forward to getting them going.
Michael, remind me who Fiona is? How did she come to be on the committee?
Fiona is a new resident, or not a new resident, but is new to town government or interest in town government. She lives over on Apple Ridge. She brings a perspective based in her heritage. She's of Indian heritage. She's a younger resident. She's got a couple of kids, young kids.
Diverse.
So I think it's a diverse group and diverse perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Michael, just to clarify, you're not part of that steering committee, right? You're the screening committee. You're going to be separate. You and Lisa are separate from that process, correct?
Town staff will be separate from that. Yes. And so the goal would be to have 2 to 3 finalists presented to me that I will then interview in public session.
And what's the timing hoped or expected for that, Michael?
With 6 resumes, I would expect for the screening committee to get through those in 2 to 3 weeks. And then the finalist interviews, I think we would probably schedule those within the next 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
Sounds good. So roughly a month and a half.
Roughly a month and a half. But I'm glad we've got to this process. We've got some good candidates. We've got some diversity in our candidate pool, which is something that I know that the board and I both was hoping for, and so we were successful with that. And so I'm looking forward to moving into the next phase of the process. I want to thank Lisa for all the help that she's provided on this. And COVID update, there's two main things. First of all, I think everybody knows that Sergeant Berman has taken a position with the Wayland Police Department. And so while we're excited for him and his future, it's certainly a big loss to us, not just for our COVID operations, but everything else. So we're in the process of figuring out how we're going to divvy up, if you will, his COVID responsibilities. But certainly want to just use this opportunity to wish Ed the best in his new position. And then I am looking at dropping the indoor mask or the municipal building mask requirement at some point next week. The only place where we might continue to have a requirement is in the children's room in the library.
Okay.
Any consideration of keeping it at the senior center because of health risks for the elderly, or are we thinking they're good?
They're good.
Okay.
They're good.
Why do you say that, Michael? Did someone make an evaluation of that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the people who frequent the community center and the ones that they're pretty adamant that, I mean, they've never wanted the mask policy.
Right.
If I could interject here, I mean, Rob, you would enjoy this because your mother-in-law is in the middle of this group of folks. And, so we've been hosting a Monday lunch right through the pandemic. It's been going on for 2 years. And, so it started as a grab and go, and then it was in-house, and then it was hybrid, and it's still hybrid now, but there's this core group of about 20 seniors that come in, and you try to set up tables and you try to do social distancing. And invariably, it's almost like high school. Everybody is at one table. So, I think any attempt that you might have to control this, forget about it.
Oh,
that's funny.
And also just, the Ashland Public Schools are lifting their mask mandate next week as well. So, I think it, Michael, to your point, like, looking to lift it in municipal buildings next week, it makes sense. And for Ashland Public Schools, they're lifting it in all schools. So even the lower elementary classes as well. So
yeah, the state took it off school buses, I think, this past weekend, or it's about to happen on school buses as well.
The school committee's meeting, I think, tomorrow, and that's like special, they will have to take a vote on that. So
right.
And then,
just going back to Ed Berman for a minute. I think we all appreciate Ed's work over the years, so I certainly second your, he will be a big loss. I do just want to remind that he is a committee. He's on a couple different committees as I guess a resident, so we should keep that in mind. He's this Keefe Tech school committee rep, and he's also the MWRTA rep. So I guess a conversation with Ed about those positions could be in order in terms of his, whether he's going to continue them or not, I guess would be the question.
Because I think he became some of them once he joined our police department.
No, well, the MWRTA he did after he came to Ashland, that's right, but not because he was on the police department.
No, but
Yeah, I guess he's a resident, so he could certainly continue if he likes.
Yeah,
I guess that's the question.
Good. And so finally, I want to put in a plug for the library. Mina's got a whole bunch of programs going on in March. She has a whole bunch of programs going on, period. But if you have a chance to look at her updated flyer with the programs, I'm sure there's something that you could find enjoyable, and many residents could as well. So just want to put in a plug for them. So, and that's my report.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your presentations and the information provided for all of us. I guess it's time for board reports. So,
Excuse me, Joe, before you jump in, no budget update, Michael?
No budget update at this time. No.
All right, good.
we're solvent. We're
Yes.
Brandy, you're up for board reports, please. Thank you.
So the major thing I wanted to just mention was that the group that I'm working with on the inclusionary zoning bylaw is meeting at the end of this week with MAPC and our planning department to finalize the bylaw that is planning to go to town meeting. And we're going to kind of go through the results of the survey. We had feedback from residents. And so the plan will be to have the bylaw drafted so I can bring it to our next board meeting, just so the board has a chance to review it. The public hearing through the planning board, I think is scheduled for March 31st. So it'll give the board a chance to, our board a chance to look at it before it goes to the public hearing. So that is, I'm hoping to put that on the agenda for our next meeting. And the only other thing I have is that, to Michael's point about the library, they're holding their book sale this weekend on Saturday, 10 to 4 to benefit the Friends of the Ashland Public Library. No cupcakes, although I have it under good advisement that cupcakes will be at the next one. So that is that's the word on the street. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Brandy. To talk about the inclusionary zoning bylaw that you folks have been working on. I know we had discussed a while back about having a meeting, a 3 board meeting with planning board, zoning board, and this board. Actually, was it zoning? I think it was planning, affordable housing trust, and us.
Yes.
So have we come to any specific dates or suggestions as to when we should have this meeting?
So the planning board discussed it at their retreat a couple weeks ago and came back, and they're definitely in favor of participating in this. The Zoning Board of Appeals is meeting next Tuesday, and it's on their agenda to discuss and decide whether they are going to participate as well. I've had conversations with Peter Mechek and obviously the Affordable Housing Trust. And so I think that the thought is that, once the ZBA, decides whether they're going to participate or not, we'll look at some dates. I'm thinking that it's best to have this possibly like the end of April before we go into town meeting to do inclusionary zoning, because I think, we can have a really good discussion about, why this inclusionary zoning is important, what the Affordable Housing Trust's priorities are, and how we can all align with that as well. So, so more to come. I think once ZBA has their meeting, I'll put out some dates to all the board members and see if we can get a date where at least the majority of folks can participate.
Sounds good. Thanks, Brandy. Appreciate the update. Yolanda.
I just have one. We had our Metro West Regional Collaborative meeting last week, Thursday, and Framingham represents our region at the MPO, and I'm happy to announce that Dennis Giambetti has been reappointed as the representative for our region at the MPO. So that is great news, I think, for all of us. I think he's always been very good at being aware for everyone in the region and not just Framingham. So that was nice to know. Apparently Holliston is looking to see what they can do with Route 126, seeing what we're doing. They've been talking about that. And then I would just recommend people double check things that the 495 partnership is doing, 495partnership.org. They have some interesting events and things coming up, one on Tuesday, April 5th, and one on March 16th. And that's it. I don't really have anything else tonight.
Yolanda, has there been any more discussion with respect to the additional truck traffic that is going to come out of Holliston?
Yeah, so Holliston is getting ready to approve that process, the project in the, for Odessa. My understanding is it's going to be more car traffic and it's going to be mostly on the back roads.
Okay, so we're
Because
not
the
worrying about the
trucks will
car
go-
carriers.
Not so much, not as much as they originally thought. I mean, we might
Okay.
see more activity on 126, but that means they're coming from the Pike to that area where I think they're thinking more they're going to come from the west.
Gotcha.
But that's where that's at right now. But it does look like because of the suit that Odessa put against Holliston that they're not going to be able to fight it, unfortunately.
They're not going to be able to fight it. Is that what you said?
Right. They're not going to be able to fight the project. There's not good reason. The area is zoned in a certain way that they can't.
Got it.
And, we had, I thought, requested that Peter Matchik look into this and kind of get back to us if there was any concern. So I haven't heard anything. Has Peter reviewed this? And, so we have Yolanda at a meeting finding this out, but is Peter,
I'm not sure how much Peter has had an opportunity to look at this.
well, he was just gonna, I thought, just kind of review what the application was with the other planning boards and see what the possible impact on us was going to be. So I don't know if
Biggest
that
thing-
went back to
The
the
biggest
planning
thing we're going to
board.
see is potentially increased traffic. I mean, it's not even on the Ashland border. It's further into Holliston.
All right.
It's
Yeah,
south of
and-
126
yeah,
and 16
okay.
and
The original
Yeah,
discussion
so
was there was-
hopefully it's true. I'm just going back to the fact that we asked the town planner to kind of review that. We haven't.
Yeah,
heard
I just don't think he's had the opportunity to.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
Yolanda.
Yolanda.
Thanks for the updates.
You're
And I will have Mr. Shear come next, seeing that he's anxious to speak.
Sure, thanks. I just want to I had some things I wanted to kind of get on the agenda, just kind of bring those up again. One is, and thanks, saw your email today, Joe, about the open space and recreation plan. And I just, I think that's a good thing to if we could meet with Roberta and perhaps an executive session to review what's in the plan. That was something we had talked about. So I'm aware that we're scheduling all these meetings and talking about all these meetings. So there's a lot to schedule, but I think that would be a good one to follow up.
Hey, Rob,
Especially, yeah.
I have a question. You mentioned executive session now. I'm thinking that if we're going to talk about the open space and recreation plan, that can't be in an executive session. If you're going to be talking about properties related to the Upper Charles Trail, then that possibly could qualify. But to go through those priority property list, I don't see that as necessarily an executive session discussion.
On the open space plan?
No, I don't see it. I mean, I would want.
I just kind of thought that if there were certain parcels, but yeah, okay. I mean, I'd leave it to other people to make that decision. I just think it's important to meet with her and review. But I just know in the past that Roberta's been averse to saying things in open meeting. That's why I suggested.
I can't speak to that. All I know is that, we've talked about having a presentation about the open space and recreation plan for
Yeah, we
months.
could certainly, yeah.
And
Maybe
you know,
we
were
start early in
told-
executive session and then
we
put
were
it on the
told
agenda.
we were told that we didn't have an approved plan. And, you know, because of our due diligence, we found out that we did. And so now we have a copy of it that's been submitted by the Open Space and Recreation Committee. So I think we're deserving of a presentation.
No, well, I agree. I think it's a good idea. I think Roberta has a good explanation for that. So I think they've done my impression, they've done some very good work over the past few years. And so I guess I wouldn't agree with that perspective, but I think it is a good idea to meet with them, certainly. And I guess if we want to look at kind of parcel level stuff, we should consider executive session, but we don't need to do it that way. So, and the other thing is, again, you brought up the Upper Charles Trail. I think that's another one we had decided, as you said, to go into executive session to follow up, and that would be a good one to try to do, you know, when we, you know, as soon as we can. And we had talked before about doing that. So, and my final thing is, you know, so we're talking about the inclusionary zoning. You know, we have, you know, the Simpson property that could potentially meet some of our housing goals. That we, you know, I think it'd be a good idea to put that on the agenda for discussion, with an eye towards, you know, saying whether it's time to charge the Affordable Housing Trust to move on that, or if it's not a good time, you know, what are we doing with it? So that's just so those three items: the open space, the Upper Charles Trail, and the Simpson property. I just think that it's important that we follow up on those items.
I'll do a quick comment on the Simpson property. Rob, the Affordable Housing Trust, about 5 years ago, started a project to get affordable housing in that location. We also invited Habitat for Humanity to join us in this discussion and become active participants in building, you know, a unit there for affordability. And once the paperwork was completed and was sent out for to see who was willing to develop what we wanted done, we didn't get one response. So, and this is pre-pandemic. So we'll see. I mean, it's not like no one's trying to do something there. It's
yeah, no, I'm not saying they aren't. I just think it'd be good for us to have a little discussion about it. Then we can talk about the kinds of barriers we're facing and you know, deal with some of these kind of issues. That's
and
all.
I think one of the things right now too, Rob, is that the folks who do a lot of internal work for us with the paperwork and getting things organized, right now, I think they're pushed to the limit right now with some of the major projects that we have going on right now. So I'd like to see that discussion held off a little bit until we get one project completed, or possibly two. Maybe one, just to alleviate some of the added pressures that the folks are going under right now, but not to completely disregard anything that you suggested, but I would just like, I think some of these folks need not a break.
Well, and maybe the discussion is about workload, and you know, let Michael make that case, or we can talk about, well, there's maybe something else we can do. We talked about getting consultants with this short-term money, things like that. That's why I think it's worth a discussion for the very reasons you're bringing up.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you, Rob.
Rob, just a quick question. On the Upper Charles Trail, have you guys gone in front of the planning board to present your plan? Has that happened? I know that was one of the.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It wouldn't be me. I think Preston was going to do it, whether he's done it or not. I don't know. I know there were plans to do it, to make sure they're aware of it all.
To be able to set the, set the expectations of what it's, where it's going to be and what it's going to look like.
No, that's and we used to do that automatically with Preston being the chair, but since he's left, so that was discussed, and I think he is scheduled to go there, but I couldn't tell you that for sure. But it's that's definitely same with the school committee and several other I think the school committee, Concom, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your commitment to our town. And Stephen, you're up next, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Just a couple things. Just wanted to make note, the Metro West Y, their marathon breakfast is coming up on March the 17th, which is St. Patty's Day. It's at the Verve in Natick. And those are usually a pretty good event. They've got guest speakers, and it's a nice networking opportunity for folks. So if you haven't signed up for it, I suggest that you do. And I think it starts at it's an early, so you can go there and go to work at 7:30. Joe and I can go there and go home afterwards. And
it's free to attend. So it's a fun thing to go to. And then they're just looking for your donation, but that's a good thing to donate to.
It is a fundraiser, but you don't have to.
No.
But so that's on March.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah.
The other thing I want to make comment on is the open meeting law training that we had earlier this week. I thought it was pretty well done, and there was good participation. One of the things that came out of it, and Joe and I received an email earlier today from Lisa regarding a question about attending other meetings. And it's not a long reply. I'm going to read it because it pertains to all of us here. So Lisa writes, I wanted to follow up on the question Steve had relative to attending other meetings. I'm not sure if I asked the question, but that's what it reads. So I wanted to follow up on the question Steve had relative to attending other meetings like planning board meetings. I just had an extended call with the dog officer. The dog officer is a division of open government. So the dog officer, it is her opinion that if a quorum of the members of the BOS attend a planning board meeting, but the members did not know there would be a quorum there, and if the BOS members speak on a matter to the planning board, which would also be under the jurisdiction of the BOS in some way, that unless the BOS member identified themselves speaking solely as citizens and not BOS members, then there would be no violation. For example, Steve is at a planning board meeting where 2 other BOS members are present. Steve wants to comment on the development before the planning board, which could involve traffic mitigation on a public way over which the BOS has jurisdiction. In order for no violation to occur, Steve must start his comments off with, I'm speaking as a citizen of Ashland. If Steve says, I am Steve Mitchell, a member of the board of BOS, that would be a violation. Now, I think we've all done that. We've identified ourselves as members of the select board. I mean, typically we say something like, I'm speaking as a resident, but I am also a member of the BOS.
And I'm speaking for myself.
Well, that's right. So we have to be very careful as to the way we represent ourselves. And, so
I'm sorry, Steve, just to clarify. So if I attend a planning board meeting and I'm listening and I want to comment, I should start it with Yolanda Greaves, resident 127 Prospect Street, representing myself.
Correct. That's ridiculous.
Now, but that's
ridiculous.
But Yolanda, if you were the only board member there,
right, I wouldn't have to worry about it.
You wouldn't have to worry about it. It's if there's a quorum of members there. So
So you're in a Zoom meeting, you have to check and see who else is on Zoom.
I know.
Very easy to do. You just look at the
Yeah. So I mean, clearly, we're when we attend other board meetings, we're there as residents and citizens rather than as representatives of the select board. So just a clarification. And then the other thing, and I don't, I know you were away, Yolanda. I think we touched on this at our last meeting, but it went to Lisa did clarify the fact that that state law does not speak at all to the way we conduct hybrid meetings for the public.
Okay.
So it's, clearly the laws that we fall under are going to expire at some point, and we will be back to, our regular mass general law way of holding meetings. But we will still, I'm assuming if we've got the technology in good shape, we'll be doing, hybrid meetings for the public to attend.
Steve, can I ask you a question about that? Because I just want to make sure I understand. I think the discussion was about that even under the what was it? The law, was it the remote meeting law, that for a member to not attend, like a member of the select board to not attend, they had to have a certain specific type of reason.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the chair is going to come to their house and investigate.
The dog
We're
officer,
going to ask for a doctor's note.
the dog officer is going to come after you. But
Yeah,
I think,
right.
Clearly, if there's a health related issue or
Yeah, so
concern,
it
right?
can't be just that I'd rather sit here and be on Zoom. I've got to have a reason.
You've got to have a.
Otherwise, I should
Or
be.
you're traveling, right? And you can't
Right.
be at the meeting, you can't get there physically, but you still want to participate.
That's right. So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for
All
that,
right,
Steve.
and, okay, and then the last thing is I'd like to congratulate actually one of our colleagues who's, I guess, losing a daughter, but gaining a son-in-law. And I'm commenting on Rob's daughter who's getting married.
Yes, no, thank you.
shortly.
Yeah.
So,
My eldest daughter, Sarah, I don't know if any of you ever met. No, I don't think you know her, Yolanda. You know my other.
I don't know, Sarah.
Yeah, she's getting married in May, so very nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
congratulations.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Wednesday.
I'm gonna miss all those meetings we're scheduling because I'll be busy.
Yeah, you'll be busy saving money to pay for it.
But yes, exactly. Yeah.
And
Very
that's-
nice. That's awesome.
But thanks.
Yeah. That's all I had, Joe, so thanks.
Thank you, Stephen.
Just,
Um,
I have a
good stuff.
question.
Sure. Go ahead.
At our last meeting, we had talked about going back to in-person meetings for us at our next meeting, providing the technology was able to support it. Michael, is that still kind of on track?
Yeah, I still think it's on track.
It is. It
Good.
is. And you just took more wind out of my sails with respect to my board reports.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
That's
can I ask
okay.
a question? Have we voted formally? Don't we need to like make a formal vote and decide which date? Is it
Aye.
the next meeting? Well, it's not on the agenda, so
We had talked about it. It was on the
I think
agenda.
it was on the agenda at the last meeting, and we had talked about trying to do it for our second meeting in
well, I
March.
suppose that could be true.
Yeah,
Yeah, and in
So
rereading
we're
the
looking at,
notes,
to
and
clarify,
rereading
so
the-
we're looking at next meeting then.
right,
I gotta be
So-
down at town hall. Okay.
yeah, that's right. In rereading the notes that were meticulously
Unless I have a
taken by-
broken leg.
Well, if you have a broken leg, that's not good. That's not good.
All right,
thank you.
so. well,
All right.
Next meeting will be at town hall. Okay,
Next meeting will be at town hall. Excuse me.
great. Yeah.
My board report starts off with a heartfelt thanks to Sergeant Eddie Berman, who has taken a new position. He's going to be a new lieutenant, administrative lieutenant for them. He'll be second in charge. Nice conversation with him today. Though he didn't want to leave, he felt the best for his family and for his career move. And he's absolutely correct.
Cool, yeah.
So I wish him well in his new endeavors, and Ashland's loss is definitely Wayland's gain. And the workload that he has now is going to be divided up amongst many. And I'm sure they'll appreciate him even more once he's gone. Just a reminder that coming up this Sunday the Boy Scouts are having a pancake breakfast at 9 o'clock at the VFW. It's always a good take, and it helps benefit Troop 232. So if you love pancakes, sausages, and orange juice, that's the place to be on Sunday. I would like to thank Brandy for chairing the last meeting while I was away. You ran a great meeting, and the only reportable activity upon my return was attending the open meeting law seminar conducted by Attorney Mead. It was well attended by many committee members and elected officials. And a lot of great questions were asked, and the answers were provided in a very professional manner. Finally, personally, we lost a very dear friend and a former colleague and a former town employee. And I'm referring to former high school teacher and principal, Mr. James Reynolds, who passed away at a young age of 88. Mr. Reynolds was a gentleman. He was a scholar. He was a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and he was a role model for a lot of us during the late 60s and early 70s, when it really wasn't a good time to be a teen, because we were rebels, but we still had all the respect for him. And his career after he retired was incredible. He went on to teach German, Italian, in many consulates throughout the country, throughout the world. And I wish him, we're gonna miss him. He was a great man, and may you rest in peace, sir. You'll definitely be missed by a lot of people. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And we will be seeing each other on the 16th, live hybrid meeting, barring any technical difficulties.
Mike, you sure about the technology, right? You don't have to be.
So you can't wear shorts.
Yeah, I know. No sweatpants.
All right.
Ken, they don't see us from the waist down. Come on.
This is true. This is true.
Well, okay.
Okay, I'm not even gonna go there. All right.
Oh, boy.
I thought this was a very productive meeting. A lot of good questions, a lot of information was provided, and I think people now have a better understanding of some of the issues that we are addressing as a community and as administration and as staff. So I'd like to thank town personnel for all the work that you've done and will continue to do. And let's keep moving forward instead of backwards. Okay, so there is a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, voice vote, please.
Reeves, aye.
Mitchell, I.
Here I.
Magnani, aye. Thank you and good night. And
Thank
hope
you.
to see you at the pancake breakfast on Sunday.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Thank